Hi, Papaya. How we all doing? Hi, Possum. Welcome, welcome in. We're back with some more of the devil. You can't see the title, but of the devil. Look at how pretty Morgan is. Women. How are we all doing? Sorry for the delay. I was a bit late. I got distracted with stuff and things with dragons. Got distracted by dragons, and then need to put my bowl away and get some hydration. Got myself some gamer subs because I haven't had some in a while, so we got some. For now. How am I doing? Dragons. Yes, dragons. Hatching dragons. Raising dragons. But how are we all doing? Hope we're doing well. Having a lovely Sapphic Sunday. Dubiously Sapphic Sunday, because I'm... No, there is apparently... We found some toxic Yuri. Toxic Yuri subtext so far, I think, which is fun. Dragons are always the greatest. Welcome, Shogun. How you doing? Welcome. Dragons are always a good reason. I agree. Dragons are snazzy. In the game I was playing, I was playing the game, by the way. Last night I hatched a 1% dragon, a 1% chance of a dragon, and I also alongside that dragon, it had a 5% cosmetic trait. So that is a... What is that? What is that? What is that? What's that percent? Let me see. It's a 1%. And if it's addition, it says multiplication, if I remember correctly. If I remember from my stats class, it is 0.1 times 0.05. A 0.0005% chance of this dragon. It was also female. I don't know the odds of it being a female or male dragon, so like I also kind of like calculate that. I assume it's 50-50, but I'm not quite familiar with these rates of the gender of dragons. I've gotten a lot of male dragons while playing this game. These are all Valentine's Day event dragons as well, and today is technically the last day to get the event currency event currency to then to get the event eggs. I played a lot last night with my friend. I got a bunch of dragons. I was hatching some more this morning. It takes fucking ages to hatch them, by the way. It takes like at least 10 at most in like an hour if you're hatching it normally, or if you're like in a hatch party. They're called hatch parties. If you're in a hatch party, it takes like a lot less time. Like the highest I found is like 10 minutes in the hatch party, and most like 4 minutes. So there's a huge difference. Also, hatch parties are people open hatch parties in their nests and then they leave. And if they leave halfway through your hatching your egg, you get the egg back, but the timer resets basically, and it's fun. And I don't have currency. I don't have enough resources to make my own hatch party. Anyways, that's not what you're here for. You're not here for me to talk about dragons. You're here for me to play Of the Devil by the lovely and amazing nthCirlce. Last time we finished episode 0. We finished the demo yesterday. Not yesterday. Last week. Not yesterday. Last week we finished the demo, and with that we also got a funny phone charm when you finished the demo and opened up the full game. And we also started the first episode. I think we were about like halfway maybe through the first episode. I'm not quite sure how far in, but I'm excited. I've seen some spoiler screenshots. I don't know like what it is exactly, but I've seen screenshots of later parts of this episode, I believe, and I'm excited because I am a... I don't know if the right adjective is big. I guess was a former big Danganronpa fan. I'm not quite sure how big I am. I'm a big of a fan of it now. But I am still like interested, and it reminded me of Danganronpa, and I'm excited for that. But with all that said, let's head back into episode 1, where we discovered our friend is dead, has died. I believe they said it was a self-inflicted death, if I remember correctly. I don't remember too well. But I think that's what it was. And we're at his apartment. Apartment? Residence. I think it's an apartment. I don't really know. I forgot. His place of residence. And, we're not supposed to be here, technically. We're kind of not supposed to be here. A bit. We are allowed to be here, but also, like, we're lying to the cops about why we're here. We said we're here to, pick up assets for the company that he works at. He worked at, past tense. But we're actually here to pick up, so that he left for us. He left for Morgan. And, we lied to the cops. We bravely lied to the cops. The detective. Our lovely detective, London. Detective London, who is kind of old, and I gave him a Southern drawn, because why not? And, we kind of lied to his face, saying that, yeah. And, we found an android. And they're really heavy. We need to figure out how to turn it on. And, somehow sneak it past a whole bunch of people. Because it's a crime scene, and it's a very famous inventor. There's a bunch of fucking people everywhere. So we're gonna sneak an android out here somehow. We're gonna turn it on. We're gonna see why someone sneak a giant android, not giant, a human-sized android out of here. How? I don't know. That's what I'm interested to see how we're gonna figure this out. Anyways, now then, if I were David, and I wanted to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out of it. Only person allowed to be able to walk out here with that android. How would I set that up? Oh. Why is the game so loud? Oh, I'm at 20%. I'm at 20% volume on my headphones. Is it? Never work. Working art. That's why. Sometimes it's high. That's why. Okay. Just double checking everything. That's very good. Android smugglers. Responsible trick. Android smuggling. I don't know what it is. Just yet. These appear to be hoarding tanks for something. How should I know? No label is anything. Typical for a genius. But a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. It's a lot more hard science than I expected from here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with the keyboard? That is a good question. We have this thing? I haven't seen one since college. But this must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess around with any of the settings. Boot up the PC? That seems obvious. Anything else around here before you boot up that PC? Oh, board. Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body. Good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots in their frames can do just fine with claws or 3-digit imitations. But androids are expected to look like people and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be the big priority, noble. That tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying waves, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neurons fire. A 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it takes that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times in a second, and you got the human brain. A computer powerful enough to simulate a whole reality. That's the analogy I read in the magazine, anyway. Okay, let's boot up that PC! Let's boot up that computer! Whatever this is. Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username. Local commands. David Asher. Morgan. Guest. Thank you for logging in as a guest. You didn't recognize my voice. So I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to wake up the android. Do you have a question? More than one. For now, though, what should I search for on this computer? Morgan. Search files for Morgan. 23 results on the local drive. I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data. I don't recognize this phone type. Some kind of personnel format. Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight. Alright, buddy. A little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints. Now, why would you have that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I made sure of that. So, he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass with a link. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Alright. I'm just trying to get a pretty clear picture of what it'll take to turn that android on. I've got the what. For the where and how, I'll just have to manage. It's still a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. I have an idea what I'm gonna do. Morgan, there you are. I've looked for every registry I could find in every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in the system. I got the immediate speculative guess. Interesting. What's your guess? It was a long shot. Don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android without a proper identification is... It's only buying or selling an android without proper identification that's illegal. It doesn't seem like you ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? I'm gonna kiss the android and give it your DNA. I mean, you know, that sounds nice, but I don't think that's the answer. Imagine if it was, though. That'd be fucking wild. But I don't think that's the answer. As much as I would want it to be the answer. We'll have it registered soon enough, anyway. I think I've figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. Wink wonk, wink wonk, wink wonk. Get your mind out, I've got it. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he would reasonably be sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swap before, haven't you? Every month? For the company? Apparently they are building a database on employee... Epigenetics? Cross-referencing with... Oh! You're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprints make the key. Now... where to find a lock? The lips are one of the most sensitive part of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan. Oh, that's Still not doing it, huh? Maybe you're fine. Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching with the tongue? It's blinking at me. Come on. Come on. Good morning to you too. Okay. Hello? Kit? Hello. I've never seen you two before. I guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi? This is Jessica Starling. She works for she works for Dr. Asher. I mean, You weren't that far off. I mean, we did kiss her. I was like, my thought was kissing while holding her hand, because that's, you know, the hands are the most sensitive part of the body, is what they said. It's very intricate. Who knew? You were right. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. This is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan. Last name? Unknown? No, Morgan. No, Morgan is my last. Father told me about you. Oh, he did? Wait. Father? David? You had to call you Daddy? I am referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'd throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me? Transfer ownership? Ownership. That is correct. And what else did? Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Asher tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Jess, I think he's trying to... Oh, okay, sure. I'll give you to... Oh, well, I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes, thank you, Jess. Actually, I had the perfect voice. Actually, I have a perfect voice for the Android. You're welcome. Just the two of us now. So, what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Hi, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Schwerteltern. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So, what's the message? Father told me that I will be giving... Father told me that I'll be living with you from now on. And he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? A model is lifelike, with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just, what are you anyway? You forgot my name already. It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study at a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did David Asher design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No! Should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I meant, do you know why you were created? Why were you born? Why would you do this? You're a freak! You're a freak! A monster! What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me! Please! Why? Why? Why was it monster that you were born? Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Turing solution. David Asher's postgraduate thesis on intelligent programmatic linguistic weighting, a body of work which would come to be known as a Turing solution, named for supposedly being the answer to all past, present, and future Turing tests. To this name, David Asher's base code has yet to fail any Turing tests. A test designed to determine if given answers come from a human or a machine applied to it, with a success rate of 99.97%. A number of think tank charities and corporations hold bounties for designing new Turing tests for the sole purpose of running them against David Asher's work. Though none have announced None have announced the awarding of any prize money thus far. I can't read English words, apparently. And that is saddening to me. But that is fine. Fucking Morgan Ark is going everywhere. Whoop. 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 You? Anyways. Father's framework for programming linguistics and artificial systems in the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, an international joke. Do you have an answer for my question? An answer to why you were created, why you exist. Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. World-class, high-power attorney. The best defense money can buy. So, do you catch criminals? Shing. That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. A defender of innocent and powerless. Uh-huh. Ma'am, why are you drooling? Ma'am, are you okay? Sarah, pray tell, why are you drooling? Do you also... Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. First thing for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. Oh for 2 on answering simple questions. What's the date of your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed? Or assembled, or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed in any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers of any manufacturers, any IDs of any designer? You want me to take me apart? Dave was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help. Probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's gotta be someone in the company who could ID this thing, and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen before. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait. Warm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogous? Yeah, analogous to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a central located pump that circulates oxidant. You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. Where does all of that extra weight come from? Why the fuck are you so dummy thick? Why do you clap your ass cheeks with the guards? Pardon? I tried moving you earlier, and it felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took a wind out of her sail. My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nano-weave fiber with shock observation and kinetic chain potential rated past. Wait. Did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately. I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised, controlled, spring-tight, strength and flexibility, like a ballerina or a gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never steps on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon, if you keep its development a secret. Did David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you deep in thought? But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. And would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about, if you like. If I shot you, would you die? It would be really painful. And there would be discharge. Whoa, fuck. Random lightheaded. Oh, fuck, what? I just really got lightheaded. What the fuck? I'm good. I'm good. But conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settles it.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Would let you know about my hair. Battery and stretch. Awesome. Your hair? I'm impressed. You noticed? Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lactis technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the day and time. That must come in handy. I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I'm not familiar with that term. Searching. Pincushion. Jargon. Design. Refers to prototypes filled with experimental technology to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea? Not sure what to do with it? Stick it in the pincushion. It's as good as an explanation as to any for what I'm staring at. A mismatch of state-of-the-art military features, spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a single, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything, and a breakdown after only a few years. Pincushions are a small but valuable part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valued to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and reproducible results. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built via committee for years, with numerous engineers and programmers adding to their pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems we got off track here, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me, he also told me that you were reliable, and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, attendez. What's that? That word you called me. What was that? Adonai? From classical Hebrew. Adonai. Translate literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. Very good, Adonai. Adonia. Oh, actually, I'm gonna. What? David used Hebrew though. I want to see. I'm butchering this word. That's I was saying it right actually. Adonai. Adonai. Oh. Google. Adonai. Adonai. Why did David use Hebrew though? Arabic. Arabic? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay, designed to resemble and obey their masters. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Amusing. More likely, it's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then. Correct. Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night. Understand? Oh. May I see him? See him? No, I wouldn't be able to see. I wouldn't be able to see him. Funeral is probably not for a few days. Father was not. He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. That's very charming, but let's go to the commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does not recognize my authority yet. The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands for the first time I say them and not. The police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. Father had. He told me. Look, Sarah. I'm sorry? You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot. So don't try to lecture me about grief. Spearmint. My name is Sarah. I will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me. And he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer. That you were capable and reliable. And a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request. Adonai? A request that I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle. What they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to... Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me. Well, you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. Shit. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it is in you and I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider the request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you'll prove Father didn't kill himself, and you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Why are you laughing? It's you and me. Not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It is not my intention to muse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine. I'll take that, dear Sarah. You mean, you prove that father did not... I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. Then where do we start? Well, I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I am a fast learner. This isn't a job interview. And I am far from useless. I can... The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective, and David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless... And I am capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess I'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. And androids don't commit felonies. They make errors. Get it? I see. What kind of errors do you have in mind, Adonai? Ooh, this is fun. This is getting fun. I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited. This is fun. This is getting fun. 11:14 a.m. July 1st, 2086. Is this episode yet? Okay, are you sure about this? Wrong voice. Are you sure about this? Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now. I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. I love Jess. She's a bean. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality of Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was father also working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Then why are they carrying inhalers? Oh. Inhalers. Corporate use. Certain results for Adroxone inhalers. First legalized in 2083. The stimulant sold under the name Adroxone has since become one of the most widely used drugs. I see. In the corporate world, as a Class 2 stimulant of least concern, employees of any corporation is in good standing with the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight can have access to Adroxone without a prescription, so long as their HR representative feels it would be beneficial to their work performance. Workplace Adroxone, as it is sometimes called, is dispensed through biomonitor enhanced inhalers that automatically detect overdoses and keep track of possible habit formation. Automatic safety levels may be adjusted by supervisors' discretion. Unsustained claims that Adroxone was first invented as a purely recreational drug by the notoriously violent Skullhead Mafia caused enough of a stir that in 2083 a formal investigative committee was formed. Unfortunately, in 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the death of all 391 known Skullhead Mafia members, placing the investigation at an indefinite standstill. What a time. Yes, ma'am. She's right over there. Oh. It's you. Oh. It's you. Did I mess up? On the contrary. Eyes wide. She's a DA. Quiet. She succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford. One second ago. Emma Rockford. Wow, eepy little fella. She likes milk tea, white noise, black lace, still hates artificial sweeteners, home remedies, and ink stains. Best at getting the staff's attention. Haha. Worst at deciding what to order. Reads true crime. Bodice rippers. Cool. Nothing too much. The only thing I changed is good at getting attention. Emma Rockford. Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, didn't think I'd be here either. Well, the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Meg, so... No, wait. What are you doing here? A few minutes later. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reese, for your many kind words. I was a detective. Chewing gum, sports drinks, biking. Just like babysitting, audiobooks, manspreading, fair. Relaxes with shopping for groceries. Struggles remembering lyrics. Default status, do not disturb. We can't all be as talkative as you. We can't be as talkative as you. Normally quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me! Bite me! I don't know that there's a need for any of all that. Very mature, detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh, no, that's Kaguya's signature pose? Like the pop star. I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit. Because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait. Now you're saying you don't know who Kagu_ya is? She's the most famous fucking pop star in the world. Kaguya is a stage name. A singer-songwriter known for her powerful voice and her stage personas intricately crafted lore. After releasing a blitz of chart-topping singles, a quadruple platinum album, and a bevy of cultural resets, music videos in just the last 3 years, she has come to be considered the leading living figure in the pop music and pop culture realm. Kagu_ya, official age is listed as 1086 years old. 1086 years old. She released her first single, Orbit, in 2083, which went on the peaked at #1 on the Blahboard Top 100. The Blahboard, not the Billboard, the Blahboard. The Rubicon Digital Single Charts and the Nine8 Music Video Streaming Tracker make it one of the fastest selling singles in history. Personal details on the pop star remain scarce, and protecting her anonymity has become a core part of her fan culture. When a retired facial analysis expert claimed that her stage makeup was formulated specifically to make facial recognition on her impossible, a representative for her record company met with the press to clarify that she is simply a private person who wants her fans to enjoy the experience that is Kagu_ya's voice. Users also frequently searched for
Can you let explode? Can you iceberg explode? Can you let him? No traffic, tour tickets, bye.
Very normal things to do. I'm gonna be right back for a bit to do some. Just think real quick. We'll be back in like a few minutes, but sorry, but I have to do something. I was told it's like a few minutes ago. We'll get back for like a few. I'm not sure how long. Maybe 10. Sad face. Ah, this bitch is embarrassed. Just secrets. Be back in a few.
Let's go!
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Hello there. May I ask why you're sleeping on the floor?
Tell me about it. I hate the fucking snow. It's great. No, it's great, isn't it? Alright, I'm back. Hi. 1, 2, 3. 3. 3. Got it. 3. Keep on living for the 300s. How are y'all done? Hi, Kimmy. Hi, Olivia. Welcome, welcome. Sorry for the... So if you come back to the back screen, I had to go just then. Also realized, earlier that I forgot that the fucking text, for some reason, is broken. So I can't display text on my screen, on my stream for some reason. I have to probably reboot OBS for that, and, too lazy to fix that, so... Deal with it. I just gotta deal with that. So I'm gonna do this, but when I put this up, there's no text showing up. For some reason, I gotta reboot OBS for that. It's just... I should use the old-fashioned beer back screen if we have to be back again. But that's fine. Anyways, I'm tired. I'm just reading. I'm out of breath. Yeah, well, I don't know anything. I don't know who it is. So, ma'am? Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well... I'm so surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Does his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. I'm sorry. But if that's the case... Why are you here, Morgan? Alright, time for the Andrew errors, I assume? Ha! Ha! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disturb your morning. Hey, that's... You're here for the same reason everyone other suit... You're here for the same reason every other suit they've got crawling around. Money! You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is I don't know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. So if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually. A matter unrelated to Dr. David's passing. An unrelated matter? That's convenient. Isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was a suicide. Can always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... Because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial, especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, I'm not. Not a trial, of course not. There would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Preliminary hearing. Noun, a court proceeding that considers whether there is sufficient evidence to go to trial. A preliminary hearing is a step in the criminal court process in which a judge or jury will evaluate whether there exists sufficient evidence to justify a trial. Which is security systems, personal devices, biomonitors, IoT, crumbs, automated dependents, and mods. It is extremely rare in modern times for the people's evidence for a crime to be found lacking, making preliminary hearings somewhat of a formality that is frequently sidestepped without protest from the defense. Fun. Let me see. Let's switch up to... Do we have anything? Oh. Let's go! Oh my god! This is so cute though. Let's go, Sarah! I want this. I want this. This looks so adorable. Oh, so Emma even thought. Oh my god, these are so good. These are so good. These are so good. I want them. I want them all to be real. I want them all to be real right now in my hands. Please, please, end studio. Please, nthCirlce. Give it to us right now. I want them right now in my hands. Give them. Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy that day, I'm afraid that on this occasion, I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money he needs is drinking... All that money he needs is drinking buddy to be an attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right. It is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died? How did you miss that memo? Did you miss that memo? Embarrassingly. Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had a Android, Morgan. It's cute. Hey. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Asher communicated to me as a matter of record, the following explicit legal extent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline? Pas amusé. Not amused. No, wait, seriously? Your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Evangeline. I like how I lost her voice. Then upon the scene starting, I remember what her voice was that I gave her. I forgot that this was the voice I gave. I'm pretty sure this is the voice I gave her. A snarky son of a bitch. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kagayu underscore Yaz on Tour Detective. Can I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you, like all the other 15-year-olds. Hey! Feels like we're getting off topic. Are we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. And that's fair. And if we were going before an upper level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. We're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you call it. If he asked for representation, he deserves representation. It doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even... And... Adjutant would be a... Just enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence. But the adjutant. Adjutant will render a verdict. Any verdicts have consequences, even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's he getting at? If the court agrees this was a suicide, that verdict will retroactively affect evaluations on the individual's mental health. Like, whether he was in his right mind or not? You know anything about estate tax law, detective? No? But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be sound of mind can't very well give their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If this will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money. I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take it into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example... Ha! Huh? Never mind. No, Sterling. You just speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Akshar did have significant holding in the art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to be knocked out of mind, his shares were to end up acquired by the government. Noble would suffer a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. Which is to say, there's a great deal of stake here. Not the least of which is the repercussion of a man whom I am proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, that he is working closely with Noble on this. I'm not gonna let you bring them any unwanted attention. Sterling did her part. They're watching, and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Oops. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes by the end of the day, the whole country is going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency. Concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble app was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now the fiscally conservative thing to do would be not get in my way. So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the district attorney's office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The court should have been opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have any plan. Then the date. Detective, would you get her clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Update every hour, yeah. You're on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that, don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reese. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve and protect. Yeah. Thanks for the assist, Sterling. Yeah. No sweat. Are all cops like that? Are they more like that Detective London, gentlemen? Things are most like him. The more like London to make you feel better. Most cops, I bet, are like London, yeah. Courteous and polite and friendly? Amazing. Oh. Alright, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few more options. I have access to the crime scene now. Probably the best place to start. I'd like to head over to the company building as well. So you're gonna be registered? Among other things. Either David killed himself, or he didn't. But if he did, it's almost certain his asshole corporate overlords were to blame. In which case, I'd have to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me, now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard, with nothing better to do than ask questions, I'll have to... What's to look for? You were Father's friend. Thank you again for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has already heard about Dave by this point. But all that heartbreak, shit still did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks. And I was never one to pry. If there was someone who would tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort to find one. Do you have someone in mind? Maybe someone who you met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician. Now that you mention it. There was a P.O. Pope something that David might mentioned when he talked back in... I will begin to search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters, and the fact that he was a musician. I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results. Adonai? No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? Oh, where are we going? Time, date, expunged. What? Precinct 112. Detainment room 1. And who would you have been called? I don't know. But I still should have gotten my phone call. Said I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? New foster parent? What do you call you, mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Hey, yo! We actually get along. So, you've got good news and bad news? So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian. I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with felony. Fascist pig! Skipping school is a felony now? Hacking into government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me! I have your keystrokes, your IP address. I have your IP. Your home address too. The government... Nah, fuck, I don't remember the actual lyrics of the song. I have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlist you were listening to. That's for homework assignment? Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. They wouldn't even know you'd been robbed until they saw their passwords show up on black market clearance for 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to the database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything! That wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What did you get their birthday wrong? My name! Name changes, so only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form. And get a signature from a parent or a guardian. So, what's the good news then? The good news was that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell? That doesn't count as good news. That's just a thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer is a lot better than a guardian. How is that? Parents, guardians, foster, well, whatever. They're all supposed to take care of you, because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you, no matter what, because that's how they get paid. So, how good are you at your job? So. Hello, monsieur. Hello, mon coeur. Coeur. It's pronounced coeur. I know how it's pronounced. And don't call me that! I met Fran in the police station. I couldn't help but bet I'd landed the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, will be more than happy to help me with whatever I need. Whatever I needed. Anyway, always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning? Coeur. Cow. Dog. Cur. An archaic term for a dog. An abandoned mutt or stray. Do you mean cur? Cart. Mon cur. Fran. Birthday, September 20th. Weight, 158 centimeters. That's his height. Weight, 50 kilograms. Blood type. Oh, positive. Occupation, student.
How come I don't put that down everything?
Likes, haptics. Synth music. Cinnamon toast. Dislikes, teachers. Politicians. Adults. Comps. Alarm clocks. Values, rarity. Originality. History. Vibes. Favorite subject? None. Worst subject? Literature. Social studies. Athletics. Does that say Gucci? No, that's his. That's his coochie. That's his coochie. That's his fucking coochie with a Q. Does that say Gucci? No, it says fucking coochie. It says fucking coochie. Look at that shit. Damn. Straight up. No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon. Then people are actually awake. People are actually awake. What I go instead was an impulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule, a crippling addiction to poor time management. What you want, Red? I can't call you up just for fun. Not if you don't want to get blocked. I need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I've got homework. We both know the only time you ever do your homework is during the class it's due. And I've got sports. You can't tell basketball from a hockey stick. And I've got a bidding war to win. You're the one person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie and Air Joe Dan vintage rep frame. Air Joe Dan. I think you can take your eyes off the auction block. So yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy, so I was hoping you could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine. So if you insist on doing things from the top. I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday. Oh yeah? They've been really into the self-prefixes lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help. Oh. And he thinks you could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly, your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of... Fine, I get it. I need you to find a local musician. Musician... Last name. Powell or Parker. And that's all you got? They'll be in David Asher's circle. Wait, Asher? You're working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon. Within the hour, ideally. Within the... You know, like other clients, don't you? Other clients who actually pay you on time. A musician, find him. Okay. Even talking over the phone. You're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that, you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait. You really expect to tag along? Of course! Father was... Yeah, I know, you wanted to. But why should I let you? Because I am capable of help and helpful. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. How? I will subject every individual we encounter to basic survey to procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subject to torture. I can help, Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast? Congratulations. You're halfway to being a paralegal. Paralegal. Sarah! Yay! Birthday, August 29th. Height? 160 centimeters. I'm taller than her! Weight? 199.99 kilograms. Blood type? UAD. Occupation? A paralegal. Likes martial arts. Carbonation. What? Collarbones. Dislikes static. Blackouts. Elevators. Talents. I'm good at lots. Skills. I am not sure how skill is different from talents. I also like the 180 rule. The 180 degree. What is that? The 180 degree rule. The fucking 180 degree rule states that two characters or more in a scene should always have the same left. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, you know, I agree. That's fair. Now is the same left-right relationship with each other. The rule dictates that you draw an imagery line between the two characters or subjects. Try to keep your camera on the same side of this 180 degree line. That is very fair. That's very valid. It gets very confusing when you suddenly just switch sides. Is this a joke that she's gonna only appear on the right side of the screen at all times? Oh, she's been on the left side once, I think. I think she's been on the left side one time so far. Like, imagine that's a funny joke. Maybe the funny joke for that is. You coming? Bada 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 bada. Right away, Adonai! Come. 11:45 a.m. July 1st. Noble, employee, housing, building. Platia, penthouse, dining room. Pretty quiet elevators. Oh. Dining room. You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you want to grumble at me about before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. Never mind. It'd be funny she was, though. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there, in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. Do you at least have the autopsy report? No? Are you serious? I don't! She doesn't? The report should have come hours ago. It shouldn't take this long until the cause of death was still. Unless the cause of death was still. Then I'd settle for a summary for the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night through the home security system. Emergency and medical services had a VTOL in the air within a minute. They landed on the penthouse helipad at 8:08. I can't read English. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with blood loss pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatefield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. He stopped pumping, so they had the machine take over. His brain activity dropped to zero. And there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? They don't know either. Wait, is it time for the... Is it time? Wait a second. It is, okay. God. I mean, things open. Sorry. Wait, I'll bring things up in the background. Put this one on here. Sorry. Why, are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If you had overdosed on commercial drug, even a premeditated would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. They would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly. A compound designed solely to kill him. A fast-acting, deadly poison that caused respiratory failure. Though this can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, medical examiner should have identified it by now. Unless... You suspect a designer drug, don't you, Detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know, and what we don't know. But the CDC, CDCA, decriminalized and catalog all recreational drugs. CDCA. Registering for Contraband Decriminalization Acts, a series of laws passed in the 2060s that decriminalized all narcotics used and established the Bureau of Narcotics Oversight to administrate the production, licensing, distribution, and taxation of drugs across the country. Overwhelmed by civil unrest and eager to replenish government coffers, the CDCA had intended to reduce the backlog of criminal cases across the country and provide much-needed tax income, while also incentivizing immigration with the promise of amnesty. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to build up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. The so-called white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. The Grey Wave followed soon after, as money-starved criminal organizations waged economic and literal war against the multinational corporations for dominance of this new grey market. Fierce competition for government licenses to produce classic narcotics emerged alongside a race to develop new, more powerful designer drugs. To monopolize on their sale in the months it would take the government to identify and legalize them. While rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades, the dangers associated with untested designer drugs and drug distributors' eagerness to earn new customers has continued to fuel debate over the legacy of the CDCA and the White Wave as a whole. I love how I struggled to read anything that whole time. Yes, you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So, whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definition. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. Designer drugs. Noun, a custom-made recreational drug, typically, psychoactive. In the literal sense, designer merely denotes any drug that is made custom as opposed to mass-produced. Typically outside the normal pharmaceutical industry standards, in common parley, however, designer drugs, DDs, DEDs, are illicit narcotics formulated to produce a recreational high. While the CDCA and the White Wave that followed it legalized and taxed virtually all known narcotics, it did so alongside extensive documentation and study of those laws could only apply to drugs that already existed. Any drugs patented after the White Wave must go through approval processes and registration with national and international authorities. A time-consuming process that can take anything from 6 months to several years. This time lag creates a window of opportunity wherein organized criminal groups can step in and meet the demand for the narcotics for a narcotic. What has become known as riding the wave is a new normal for the international drug trade, pitting mob chemists against corporate laboratories in a race to develop newer, more powerful, more easily habit-forming drugs and cornering the market on them before legislation catches up to them. Users also really searched for, is Nerve legal yet? Best New Deads 2086. Nirvana designed by whom? Interesting. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork. Well, the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the next side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose for a drug that didn't exist 40 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was in a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists, all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people died from ODs than ever before. The only difference is that it's their families find them in the living room, and not be cops find them on the street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism on law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just as law. Just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm gonna take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for? What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Where they find father. Like in the movies. Like in film. Connect to the police's network and bring up the ARC's file. Augmented reality crime scene. I see. Whee! Here we go. Wow. ARC profile. ARC downloading. Initializing. Beep boop boop beep boop 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 beep boop boop boop. Wow, 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 wow. There is an outline. And so, this is where he died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras that they were wearing that created this basis for this ARCs. They didn't realize they were walking into. They realized they're walking to a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? We can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm trying to get a feel for when she's pouting, even without looking. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, then F3, E6, D4, CXD, and XD4. This is a game. Algebraic notation. What did he study? Was he studying an old game or something as himself? Blackest checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play Adne? No. Especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenges father to battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game is the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it's always seemed too boring, too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with. Of course. How is a gal like me supposed to win a game like that? Okay. What else is there? I always admired this view. The buildings gleam with reflection of holograms in sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of this town. View the views secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. They've installed a wide spectrum auto tint in all his homes and his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you would notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than... Why do you care so much about its windows? Good question. Police entrance. Monitoring the scene. Could also mistake them for the real thing. They stand there, trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen Indians before? Because I haven't, in person. David doesn't even let me have a mirror. Brutal. You don't have a mirror? Brutal. Just get his GIN, if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too far, or whatever. Too forward, or whatever. Saving. Better take a closer look. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the locks were take home safe. Nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails. Only a few minutes before they committed suicide. Murdered. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Where did blood tape? It says soldiers live. Life. In the same heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android, and in a way that no competitor's products could. A brave private, name withheld. Excuse me. Was wounded during a military operation, whose exact nature and location is currently disclosed. What else is classified? Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage system. She was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an android 16, an animate 16 enforcer. One of the few warm androids being currently tested out in armed forces. But the android didn't just sit there and wait for evac. It opened up its own arteries and pumped life using UD, Universal Donor. Synthetic plasma into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach the military's hospital. I had no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer, who asked not to be named. We're back. I just outside. It's fucking snowing some more. It's still snowing a lot. Jesus Christmas. It's still snowing. Like crazy. Why? Life is sad. Ow. Why? Mall is possessed? What do you mean? What do you mean, Bolivia? Confused.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of
Magic.
our fairy kiss chillers.
Where was I? There it is. I have no doubt he'd be dead if it was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer, who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that looked good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag, and then some. And people in the capital, quite funnily, are paying attention. It's only an interesting idea, Senator Mathing said when asked about committing to a military contract with Noble to provide the armed forces with warm models. This story's got people talking. We just ignore our. This story's got people talking. We just ignore our constituents' feelings on this matter. We'd be neglecting our duty as politicians. And I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price tag on life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, Net is already ablaze with talk of, "Oh damn, you're not logged into this device! Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable crumbs so you can get the user experience you deserve?" Oh damn! I just love the idea of just reading this very serious article. And at the end, "Oh damn, you're not logged into this device! Why don't you pop your own details down there? Give me your IP address, your social insurance number. You know, how about that credit card number? All 16 digits of them. Put them in the back and also 3 digits too. Why not?" For fuck's sake. This is the article that I've seen going around. But why would Noble marked it as priority? Starling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it. Even though they had won themselves a real prize. Easy PR? Military contract, maybe? Military contract, maybe? Tomo? No. It's Morgan. The Neko is Morgan. It's Neko Morgan. Neko Morg. military contract, I guess. Doesn't feel like easy PR. Yes! They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract with the warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it's saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there'll be pink oxidizing fluid being spilled all over the globe. Pink oxidizing fluid, you say? Would you find that in some school for very talented people involved? Maybe alongside a white and black bear with red accents on them. And they all go to trial every week or so. I wonder. Spilled alcohol. The art shows how it looked last night, before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clear. It's clean. So does that mean wherever this spilled came from must have been clean as well? Whiskey spill. Whiskey fun spilled on the dining room table. And after evaporation for most of the night, there's little left to test. No foreign compounds have been found, but the results are deemed inclusive. Also, I'm eating sour candy right now, so like, I'm going through it. Yes. I mean, sour candy while I was trying to talk to y'all. It's fun. I enjoy sour candy. Okay, there's whiskey. Goes your whiskey. 20 years old. You recognize it? Sure. He was more than particular of the brand. Partial to the brand. It's a good brand, it's only a bit overpriced. Which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matters present. What's your conclusion? Why is there a second cup? Also, why are you drinking out of red Solo cups for whiskey? Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No. Even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to bottles off the store shelf. So, we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. Whiskey. A bottle of Rose River whiskey found at the dining room table. Excuse me. Let's see the crime. Forensic analysis show no foreign elements of toxin, known to be a brand favored by the deceased. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. 2 cups. 1 empty. Knocked over. And 1 mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guests bring them? I've seen them before. In the basement liquor's cabinet. He kept them lying around? Maybe he was regifted. Maybe he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. Ark say there's nothing foreign in the upright one. Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on that other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left at the time this was concluded. A crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Inclusive could mean... Inclusive means inclusive. That's all. Cheer up, and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups. Unexpected. But there is someone else's on the upright cup. So someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves that someone else touched the cup doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to. I don't know. Why don't we know the prints? Why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as identified, or... No! There's a space for a name, but the field is blank. It's black. Shit. Am I already at that late to the action? To rise. Yeah? Where's the second set of prints on these cups? On the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nice you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whoever those prints belong to has a very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation of their cooperation. Fine. Forget the name. That easily. Subpoenas. Subpoenas are always an option. So, I'm sure I'm fine. Subpoenas. A court order compelling attendance or evidence. A legal order issued by the state on the behalf of the prosecution or the defense that compels the addressed party to give testimony, provide information, or turn over evidence. Failure to comply with a subpoena will result in being charged with contempt of court. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from a panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's conditions got worse. All the witnesses' vitals are normal. The witness had their vitals taken, and there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith. Penumbras put up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system. So yes, we can guarantee that this witness never put themselves into Asher's drink. Put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't just have the keys to the penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers. Plural? I don't have time to trade jabs off the law offices of Johnson, 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 and Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? The law office of Coachland, Gustav, Prince and Prince. That was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What would that even mean? Use a moment to think. So, that's it. One chat. One peek at the cams, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look! Maybe it's worth. Let me search. You don't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if someone, however, even if somehow did have poison on them, camera footage confirmed that they had no opportunity to use it. Fuck, I dropped my candy. They drank from the same bottle of the dead man. As far as the department is concerned, they were nearly the second victim. They aren't dead, or even ill, from the sound of things. Speaking of the poison, so you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured from both of them for a safe bottle? David's cup. The plastic cup that David Asher was drinking from before he died. Forensic analysis show not just from his fingerprints and saliva, but toxicology tests have proven inconclusive. Too much of the whiskey was drunk and or evaporated. That's what the evidence is telling us. There's something in the bottle of, or the witness's cup. A red cup. A plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left. Amount of whiskey left. Found upright on the dining room table and the scene of the crime. Saliva and fingerprints match an unknown individual. Contains no traces of foreign elements. After drinking from his cup, a cup. After drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared himself. He fell ill, and then the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. But that's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on cam? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness says he got them from the basement. The witness says that. Not the cameras. There's no cameras in the lab or the basement. That seemed like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his lab were even hacked, outsiders could sell its IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right. David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. What is this testimony? Since made by the singular witness to David or Asher's suspected poisoning and death, corroborated by the video evidence. Witness arrived at 7:30 p.m. Witness spoke to David Asher in his parlor before he left to retrieve liquor from his basement at 7:36 p.m. Upon returning at 7:38 p.m., the two of them continued speaking while they both drank. David Asher felt lethargic and disoriented shortly after 8 p.m. David Asher lost consciousness at 8:03 p.m. EMS were called from the emergency console, the kitchen at 8:04 p.m. Dave Asher and his witness were taken to Gates Field Memorial Hospital at 8:08 p.m. Interesting. We're learning things. Okay. What's next? Besides the obvious body outline, what else is there? Nothing? Okay. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? If you were... If you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? Wait, I can't go back normally, but I can do this though. Yeah, I can't scroll backward, but that's fucking hilarious. If you if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that. Hypothetical scenario. Sure. What's your answer? Pray tell, what would it be? Oh, I didn't take a screenshot of it, damn it. I took down the screenshot, give me a second. Let me go back. Again. Yes, I need to take a screenshot of this. This is important. This is so important. Yep. That's it. Windowed. Should be good. Everything's still good. Size, we're good. If you were going to drink poison, how to target it hypothetical? Let's see whether this body is poured out. If you were sitting when you lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least perhaps less neatly. So, can you conclude that... So, what can you conclude from that, Aldene? Only that I'm missing something. Once you knocked over, and probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out. A party of two. Never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Seems like that's everything included. Nothing critical on this side of this room. Which leaves the kitchen. You said there's a camera. You said there's camera footage of the dining room between David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran in to contact the emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. Okay. Let's check the counter. Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had guests, he'd probably eat instant ramen and protein bars for all in 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. No signs of food prep to be found. Not so much as a cheese board. So, whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04. Before you ask, witness left the parlor at 8:03. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m. Remember? A little response time for a penthouse. Private EMs. Caballero? Yeah. Land on the veto pad you saw outside. Took them to Gatefield. The very best if you can afford it. Looking around here, seemed like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Connie's exclusive plans for isn't like most people, counselor. Exclusive for plan. David Asher's health insurance policy was caduceus. What's caduceus? Plan for through Noble Electronics. Includes private EM services on standby. Caduceus only offers 3 levels of employer provided plans that outrank it. Okay. Interesting. We're learning. They had executive. You had executive level? This is a quick save button. And quick save or disabled, I forgot about that. It's like there's a quick save option. Is it the second save slot? Technically, no. It just isn't on. It's available as a menu, but I can't use it. Okay, nice to know. You had executive level? Not like most people at all. Okay. Door. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry for a crime scene, but this was a poison. Some white wines chilling in the drawer. Some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. What happens? Rise. You said he left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? Ha! That's what the cams show, yeah. There's plenty of drink right here. And unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. He must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I'm an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't even... that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. So when you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done in digesting, I don't need to know. Don't tell me about your bowel movements, for fuck's sake. Sarah. Sink. 3 unwashed dishes. And a single glass. Right, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want... Fucking automated telemarketer is my favorite pastime. I love automated telemarketers, don't you? They're great. Fucking love them all the time. Talking about politics and whatnot. Asking me about politics and what fucking not. I don't goddamn give a shit about it. I do two shits about death. Yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. But there's also... Huh. Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that! All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the assault, Adonai. You knocked over the assault, Adonai! I was focused on taking it on the task at hand. Didn't realize the tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt! As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink. They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on the camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? A glass of water found in the sink of David Asher's kitchen. DNA bears that in the fingerprints of the unknown witness. No traces of any poison. You need to toss it over your shoulder! You need to toss it over your shoulder! Witness must have thought about giving this guy some water, but he would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck with Adonai! Whacked him in the head. Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames? That's a genius. You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove our theory. Bleh. Mature. It's bad luck! Why is the salt shaker evidence? If an under... Oh, sorry, I didn't grab that. I didn't look at the security. But I'm at a security console located inside David Asher's kitchen. Used to contact emergency services when he fell unconscious. Private emergency services are contacted at 8:04 p.m. and paramedics arrived at helipad outside via VTOL at 8:08 p.m. Such private emergency services are contacted through David Asher's Caduceus exclusive executive for insurance plan. Salt shaker. A salt shaker that was actually knocked over during the investigation. The whole cap fell... The whole cat fell off? Why did the whole cap fall off? Interesting. I know that they probably important or something, because I started kept mentioning it, but why did the whole cap fall off? Someone didn't tighten it when they last used it. I wonder why. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah. So, do you think you know what happened? Detective, is this body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah. He's at Gatefield, along with the not Gatefield, along with the half-hundred noble Megs who've all called dibs. You know, just have to cut the line. Sarah, give me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. You know what? You can do that, can't you? I can. But I need your payment information to get started. I need your 16 digits on your credit card. The expiration month and year, along with the digits on the back. Yeah. Okay. Understood. I'm way down. Need to watch check. Got it. Sync complete. Hydrate is what? Give me. Sync complete. Set pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. And stretch, thank you. The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Andone. How bad can it be? It's fucking horrendous. 12:21. As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. The emergency is not panicked. They're not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? That always got them all so excited. Adonai, what does that symbol mean? Is this in this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? That hard one with the bullet hole. Fuck. I don't know. It's probably nothing. One is the heartbreak killer symbol, and two, it's also the game's icon. If you're aware, it's the game symbol right now. It's the game's fucking symbol. Based on the net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the heartbreak killer. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would the freak have a symbol or a follower? Are these whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? 'Cause Noble's trying to cover up the truth! They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shred every document they can! We need to stick together, perimeter, and try to catch them when they go to dump the scraps! Sarah? What are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed! Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle! Blow the whistle? On Heartbreak? No, doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal! You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all this was human? No one's advanced to a prototype. What a muck! I started killing! Started killing random people? Don't be alarmed! And it looks random. There's a clear pattern. As long as you're smart enough to see, post the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does this one seem past the bullet? the bullshit. Stop engaging. Smart kid! She gets it! You're asking the right questions! I don't know this is an android! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No way those victims were related! It gotta be! Deniable ops. Deniable ops. A fictional designation for actions whose very existence have plausible deniability. Deniable is a fictional classification of Clotston state actions that need not be taken responsibility for because of plausible deniability, and military disinformation efforts create enough confusion that every party involved, even the victim, can spin the outcome to suit their own needs. No such designation exists. Deniable ops are a common recurring concept in online conspiracy theories, often used to wave away questions about why supposedly explosive events are never reported on through the media or addressed by world governments. It is also commonly claimed that deniable ops make ample use of private military contractors in order to further distance governments from the political ramifications of their military actions. Conspiracy theories are no laughing matter. If you're worried that someone you know might be being indoctrinated or spreading information themselves, you would report them. The state of our known and confidential portal here. Fucking ads. They must. He's a mask man. Give me a second. Must all have to be in DO together before getting their records breached. But as soon as they've outlived their usefulness. What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK. The first 6 HK got were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm androids! So perfect no one could tell the difference. A bullet to the heart's the only way you could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing. Start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slop, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking of for yourself? Cyberpunk. Noun, a mythological counter-cultural icon or way of being. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all its own, cyberpunk or cyberpunk, without a hyphen and no space, historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the theme of underdogs resisting powerful corporations or governments, forcing forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved into numerous ways, over the last 2 decades, it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescents or disaffected to aspire to a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as thus: "There's no such thing as 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance?" These are also frequently searched for. Get ready with me, cyberpunk. The 99 Man explained. Are co-ops illegal? You think it's coincidence victim number 6 was working at Harco Crops? They're putting everything in the food! Something in the food! These people. Heartbreak, this is. God, the investments. How am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut this shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer. Should be caught and sentenced, like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things. Aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have. Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet, there's only one heartbreak. So you think that they are just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying. Sad. I don't see why it would be. If you keep bringing away a rule, by the way, ma'am. If heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to do anything else. If heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. That kind of predestination, it means they never have to take responsibility for what they did, what they are. The state can make them take responsibility as soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years in about 8 months. In order to kill 413,789 people. You did that in your head. I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years. But what is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blackford industrial disaster. Just ahead, they're currently eliminated. We're proud of this is a variable user country. Comment for actors like these for user contract. Tired of running it. Times that number by 2 for the injuries. Tack on another 183% of the birth defects. 413,000 dead. And there wasn't anything evil about it. Just human error. Some shoddy welding and time. So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem, then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way! Officials are coming through! Please disperse!
Keep walking, pigs!
Fascists!
No one owns the cops!
Only the cops they build. Only the cops they build in their facilities. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? Do you want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove 'em wrong. You know what I mean? We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they just... That's just part of the job, detective. No offense, ma'am. Wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral revelation. This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonais. Oh, so this is a really good shot. This is a really good shot. I'm taking this picture. This is really good. This is fun. I like this. I like this shot. I'm taking this picture of this. This is a good shot. Boop. Thank you. It's funky. Breaking out the swords on me. I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm the one woman, Sarah. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong, it's less than rounded error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works the state. I'm gonna merge these two together. I need to take a screenshot again. I'm gonna take a screenshot. I'm gonna merge these two together for my own enjoyment. There you go. Windowed again. The terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed on them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so, we traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. The state won, the civilians lost, very least we can do to take their criticism head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority, only with the authority of being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys. It's all Millie's fault. She's the bad guy. Yeah, well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So, if any given individual is too small to even affect change, so the public's gonna hate us, no matter what we do. And if corporations and governments still trample over people the same, regardless of their character. And if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing, what do you do, Adne? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is... the only moral way to act is... do whatever it takes to win. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If the power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels. And trust the opposition to the same. Winner takes all. Fun! The toxic Yuri! The toxic Yuri! It's the toxic Yuri, guys! It's the toxic Yuri! They're so in sync! The toxic Yuri! Anyways, 12:59 p.m. July 1st. Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Thank you. You're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Slams door. Chatty guy. Must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. I did see they had the Caduceus Executive 3 more expensive than David's, which means they most likely... How'd you do that? How'd you do that? You need to hold the button. Get the door to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get the stranger like him to help you with so many words. With so few words. So little information. So little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Glaved. This is glare for a minute there. Glaved are my name. Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule? She's loading. Of course I have. Of course I have. Treat others how you would like to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how you would want to be treated. He wanted someone that you could vent to. He wanted someone to pay attention to him. He wanted to feel appreciated. Sarah is so cute, I agree. She is quite a being, if not a tad annoying for being her idiocy and her straightforwardness. You would think that such a sophisticated being would be better at being not dumb. Also, splendid news. Another Yuri game just released right now, just this second on Steam. Isn't that amazing? More Yuri. Toxic Yuri, I think, maybe. Isn't that great? But we won't be playing that one just yet. I won't be playing that one just yet. I already bought another game, another Yuri game, 2 days ago that came out on Valentine's Day, so we'll be playing that one first. And then maybe I'll get this one later. When it's maybe a bit more on sale. If it's not already on sale. It probably is already on sale, because, you know, it just came out. Let me see how much it's on sale, actually. Real quick. If it is on sale, that is. I'm not quite sure if it is on sale. There's a high possibility that it is not on sale at all. I'm trying to find it still. It's hard when there's no images to look at, just the names. And I don't know where I put it on the list of games. I think I passed it by now. Definitely. Oh, not on sale at all. Not on sale at all. Full price. $17. I can wait for that one a bit. Which means he'd be eager to help. And give him a chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't mean that. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. He'll always be a gambler. That is not a very comforting sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? There's anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. Gambling does that to you. So, we proceed down the hall. Bear left. Look for the 4th door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Pretty. Pretty lady. With scorpion centipede tattoo. Oh, hey. Come on in. Don't stand out there in the cold. Wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chilling here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Sato. Yumi Sato. March 3rd. Height 173. Weight, I'm not telling you. Blood type, O negative. Occupation, medical examiner. Likes accessories, reality TV, palm reading. Dislikes social media, dress code, ebooks. Loves to make new playlists. Hates to throw out old clothes. Most proud of my weekly meal prep. Morgan time! Fran charm. Sato stock. Dr. Sato. Just the lady I was looking for. This lady I want to see. No, I didn't expect that I'd get to... The fact that they assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means... Oh. You're just coming Yumi and your... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh! The deceased! Asher D. Wait, really? That's, weird. This time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know. Weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? I was tired of hosting Megs anyway. Ugh. Fucking Megs. I gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. Well, in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. Will do. Will do. That's a lot of screens. They've got to be diminishing returns for productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? You can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter, when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it. So... Boom! I got 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but yes, yeah, I've started running 2 dramas at once. While I'm doing real good work. Watching two television shows at the same time helps you do real work. Helps me use up the screens. I see. Wow. What fun? Why are you shouting? What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, guess that's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital remarked, renamed to thank Ikario family. Ikaria family. In a ribbon cutting ceremony held uptown today, Platter Memorial Hospital. Platter Memorial was formerly renamed the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition to the family's incredibly generous donations over the last several years. The latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall in the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. But it wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood and donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renegen Medical over 25 years ago, its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society, that have sometimes mockingly referred to as the neobility. Get it? A generation of newly minted aristocrats, born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd labeled her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renegen, board member, Medie Ikaria, had this to say: "In this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself. The only one comfortable with that
We're working hard to print out the rest of the article. Character by character. It's tough work. We'll be able to go about it a lot faster if you leave a tip. Want to drop your payment info in the jar?
No. Ikaria. Guess they weren't always in the same line of work. Now they're plastering their name. Let's get that notification away. Plastering their name wherever they get themselves in. Health coming up though. New image. Oh, the neobility are eager to prop up their image whenever they can. Neobility. Slang term for the nouveau riche. New money. New money. Family that arose in the second half of the 21st century amidst global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation, and it's meant to criticize the money said families supposedly style themselves as a nobility or even as a second estate that administer global power alongside the first government and the third corporations. You can also frequently search who know nobility families, how to manage wealth, define a nouveau, means new in French. It means new in French. But that must go double for the Icarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is somewhere close to the rumors. Anywhere close to the rumors. Okay, what else is there to look at? This. Are these our dead people? Are these our dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them start here. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, Doctor? Oh, I wish. Nah, most of my job involves confirming the OD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay them for mods, not a gym membership. Yep, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mods. Suspected leaking internal bio batteries. Suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributes to an otherwise natural death. Very, very rarely. If it can be proven, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% on the life insurance payout. Ooh. Snazzy hand. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just... so much to do of what I do is just boil down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. She's finishing up over there. Right, okay. So, what's up? What's up? Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be... what was the cause of death? What was the cause of death? Wrong word, whatever. Oh, wow. Hi there, cute android. I didn't even notice you were there. Really cute. This kid is... that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Ah, baby. Baby. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all looked flushed. Felt like they were always running a fever. They ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular call for... expediency? Right. So, what can I tell you? Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure. We got that much figured out at least. Why does it sound particularly reassuring? Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood. Not enough blood for the brain, going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness. Then headaches, slurred speech, exhaustion. Loss of consciousness, finally respiratory arrest. Our report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electric stimulation repeatedly. By the time we got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation. It was too late. And you were saying, and you are certain of all this. Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turning into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I'm surprised the man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes on his files show. Number one. Biomes. Biomonders. Biomonders. Biomonders is a general use term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs, commonplace among the affluent as an additional layer of security. Biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adaptation of biomonders have met resistance with the medium wage urge. If one's health is already assumed to be poor, constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Biomonders are also frequently employed by incarceration probation and workplace health initiative programs. Let's see again. Any new terms? No? Okay. Save again. God. My iPhone's. I forgot to turn my iPhone fan on. I turned it on this now. I hate how it's always loud. It's so loud. I can't do anything about that. Whatever. It's annoying. It's just a buzzing hum in the background for me. He wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without that kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But that he was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all. The police mentioned the talk screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when we first arrived. Typical diagnostics intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed or something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. A test performed on David Asher when he arrived at Gatefield Memorial Hospital to determine what, if any, illicit substances were in his body. Alcohol was the only item impossibly identified at the time. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So, were you forced to conclude this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples and compared the makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history. And I managed to isolate a single non-natural occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we had access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match any chemical makeup of any registered compound. So, a designer drug. That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? This stretch awesome. Those friends of yours. Private sector folks? Yeah. In pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual privacy is a norm. It's expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first. What do you use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief. But depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered imprudent to keep the actual chemical makeup from the record. Smart. Using international IP laws as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever your head patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula, so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious that comes along finds a new drug they're excited about. You flip up your car, let them know you came up with the idea years ago. And that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates, if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anybody your size or bigger. They could punch back, but it's the rest of the fields. Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. Sorry, you came with this strategy just now? So, it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance, something that the hospital could have easily identified, if it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately, that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance. One you might know by any other name, but with a patent structure. Sorry, sweetheart. That's a general depressant. It's a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes, from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of its stuff he had? How much of the stuff it had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no, not without detailed knowledge on this half-life. But I'd guess it must have been about 20 milligrams. Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for medicine. This wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless, though. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course. So, needs autopsy. Less consciousness at this time, due to redactor presiding. This residing, cause of death, respiratory failure, unknown substance detected in the bloodstream, approximately 20 milligrams total. Loud curling handwriting on the bottom of the document reads, "What the hell is talk screen? Send attending physicians back to the med school. Send apologies to the attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare." Huh. Of course. So, you ready to be the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people will get squeamish about corpses. Yeah, that. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay then, let's get started. I'm thinking we finished episode 1 today, damn it. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment and give you some privacy. Yes, please. Thank you. The last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right. You had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. And it get damaged. And you want to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how, with your salary, it's literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you, since your hand in so much trouble letting go. You only offering Because you want to see how loud it sounds shattered at the bottom by trash bin. I denied it. Even though you were right and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale. And it's very still. But his face is the same. His hair. His hands. You were expecting something more drastic. The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled. He told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead. Something is gone. And I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder. But I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why. Why I was created not to be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Sounds like a skill issue. In the end, it's just a skill issue.
Here?
It's really, in the end, basically a skill issue.
Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there. I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke. Here. Now. I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman. Sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell would this thing want? Athene! You have your cigarette backwards. You have your cigarette backwards. Oh. Alright. That's back on the code. Starts for him, so anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth. Let me just... It's got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. And if you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of the structure, poison, an identified substance found in the bloodstream of David Asher after his death, has many similarities to the chemical makeup of a depressant drug. No additional traces found in the other stories to David's personal house. Those are all words I said, totally. Well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitters reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True. People are always looking for the higher high or a crazier trip. But a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. He's like an iron disrupt. Check something real quick on my phone. Oh yeah, okay. I'm 25. Jesus Christ, that's a long time. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need? Give me a ring. That's very Rafford's orders got me. Rafford orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. I'm glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. Goodbye to you, Narini. My name is Sarah. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Ominous. Oh, wow. Ominous. I wonder why. 2:13 p.m. We're slowly approaching the trial time. The preliminary time in less than 4 hours. Up on the up ramp. Up on ramps and down off ramps. Above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings getting progressively more polished as we head into the more economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters from the likes of How Industries, Lockton, Tethys, Nye. Each of them shelter in their own micro-city employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whale farm, the entirety of the ocean floor, coming together to feast and grow and live. Live off the fetid, rotting fat on the leviathans that swallowed generations of people with a mouthful. Wait is commonly listed. And my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Noble lays claim to one of the largest shadows in the city. The towering nerve center of the whole nation's android industry. It's meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today, I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answered I'd never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis? Relationships? There are typically trivial sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have regarded, of course. Even that will tell me something. Will they let me walk? Who will they let me talk to? History. Their efforts are performative, transparency, and clumsy. Obfuscation will... How did you know my father? What? I am sorry. Did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media. And your online presence is, not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school. Or anything else, really. David, though, he had talent. He knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share, then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first? He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class and argue, and sometimes just ask for help. Father always talks about socializing like it was a chore. I was kind to him. It was kind of him. Give him a chance. What? Like I was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door, all panicked, saying he was in a bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something next day. I couldn't make heads or tails in that material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though. Wanted to cram the rest of it. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm. Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point. It wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for. So I went and stole a study aid for him. He stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying. No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast, because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo! He already knew the contents as good. He already knew the contents as good he ever would. He already knew the contents as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicks in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess that's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the year since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend, asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations weren't like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem he was stuck with in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he thanked me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day, and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You're referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant. Just like his code. Simple and elegant. But anathema on a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously, they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough details for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were in fact friends? I am. But Adani, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private. Understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say, you understand? I understand, Adane. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. (2:49 p.m. July 1st. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Sub lobby A8. Damn, okay, this is taking a lot longer than I thought it was gonna take. Okay. I think we're gonna end it there for now. First I need to quickly run over to dehydrate. I'll be back in a hot minute. I would put the beer back sign, but I cannot for just as image, no text. Be right back though. I'm back. Why? Okay. Who is it? Akakimi? Okay, Akakimi. Alright. That's it for today. This is a lot long. This game is a lot. This episode is a lot longer than the one we played last time. Episode 1 is so much longer than episode 0. I'm liking it so much. This is so fun. It's supposed to be like over by now, but no, still going. Still ongoing. Okay. Oh, my thank you. I know. I'm not judging. I'm just like, oh yeah, I just come back to you requesting that, which is interesting. It's still snowing outside, which means it's basically already covered up what was shoveled earlier as well, which is sad. And it's dark outside, so I'm not gonna shovel now. It's fucking pitch black outside, but it's better than nothing. Anyways, that's it for today. I generally thought I was gonna be at this trial by now. I was extremely wrong, apparently, but that's fine. That just means we get to have more Toxic Yuri next week. More silly Toxic Yuri next week, which is fun. But yeah, okay. Let's see who's live. Get a few people live right now. There are quite a few people live right now. I think we're gonna go to our usual suspects. Yeah, we're usual suspects. Let me wait for that to finish my phone. But, yeah, that is it for today. We enjoyed. I'm having a blast playing this game. It is so fun. So interesting. I love the characters. They're so cute. They're so adorable. Sarah's a fucking bean. Morgan is hilarious. Morgan is hilariously evil. She is evil woman, and I am a fan of evil woman. Yeah, it's fucking balling. We're fucking balling. We're having a blast. I was ready to cut that real quick. Okay. Hold on, I'm a fan of evil woman. Thank you. That is very true. That is very true. That is very true. Anyways, that is it for today. Let me just send the read out. We're gonna say how to do Leary. I'm gonna spell her name correctly. I'm gonna do Leary again. She's playing Voice Stranger. I know nothing about that game. I assume it's a puzzle game for its Puzzle Sunday. Visual Puzzle Sunday, and that is it for today though. I'm going to go have a shower, have some dinner, relax a bit, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm going to be annoyed that it's still fucking sunny outside, and therefore all the work I did earlier has just gone. Lovely. I'm not going to fucking shovel snow at fucking 7 p.m. I'm going to shower and relax, and I'm doing none of that shit. But yeah, tomorrow, I think tomorrow we're gonna do some Nunholy. Yeah, Nunholy. Yeah, Nunholy. I was been doing a hand cam stream, but also like I don't feel like doing that just yet. Next week, maybe next week. But until then, I'm gonna go have a nice shower, relax, and exist. Bye bye.